Hello, and welcome back to Yes Please. I am your DM, Beardy, and these are my lovely players.
Hello, my name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, sad boy extraordinaire.
I'm Shane, and I play Xander, the golden boy.
And tonight we are going to be picking up on the evening of March 28th of the year 808 as Xander and Louie are spending some time around the office. What exactly are you both up to?
Well, currently, Louie's writing a book, technically. So he's writing at his desk at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Xander?
Xander is sitting at his desk staring at this 8-inch tall bust of himself. And he's
I-
also got a piece of paper and well, I guess it's not a bust, it's a full body with full chest definition, just very, very detailed, lovely, wonderful craftsmanship. He's also got a piece of paper and a quill over to the side, and he is going to ask Dot and see if it reacts.
The quill does not move.
Dot, I would like you to write the names of the two suspects we decided on earlier on this piece of paper in my room.
The quill does not move.
Excellent. In that case, he is going to reach into his pouch and he's going to pull out a small vial of what looks to be some sort of dark powder, and he's going to unstopper it. He's going to reach out and take the piece of paper, turn it so that it is horizontal, and he's going to spread this powder on the paper in a couple of different points. Then he'll stopper it, draw a pattern in it with his fingers. And when he does, he's going to close his eyes, put his hands over the paper, and he's going to say, "Part the veil of lies, reveal the truth. My eyes are open." And he's going to open his eyes, and he is going to cast a little bit of a spell.
Okay.
And I would like to see if this does anything.
Alrighty. Okay, you cast Blood Biography.
Indeed.
And what is your subject of Blood Biography?
The subject is that dark substance that I have just poured onto the paper.
Okay. The blood is the substance, this black substance, is going to stretch and move across the paper, forming letters and setting itself permanently into place. And it is going to respond to the following questions, or rather answer the following questions.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you? What are you? How was your blood shed? When was your blood shed? And what it is going to spell out to you. First thing, who are you? It is going to write out your own name. It is going to write out your own gender, race, profession, and role. It is going to write out
Mhm.
your own blood biography, basically, is what is spelled on this page. How are your blood shed? Stabbed with a knife, is what it says. And it gives the timing as when you all went to the temple.
Perfect. He will take the piece of paper. He is going to fold it then he will rip it to shreds, and
Mhm.
he is going to burn it.
Okay. Done and done.
And as he stares at the ashes, he's going to kind of dip his fingers into them, and then he's going to kind of like paint over mini Xander's eyes with the ashes,
Okay.
and then put a little bit on the edge of the
Mhm.
dagger,
Nice.
and then just watch it for a while.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't react to your staring. It does not move or wink or nod or anything like that. It just remains perfectly still. A beautiful clay statuette, painted and done up to look exactly like yourself, holding two very strange objects.
Indeed, very strange. Yeah, he'll stay like that for a while.
Eventually, Louie will hit his daily writer's block, as we all get once in a while, and he'll exit his room.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of stand in the hallway for a bit.
You stand in the hallway.
And then he'll go over to the piano, as he did the previous night, and just start gently plinking on the piano keys, just ever so lightly. As a good real piano, you can play it very quietly. Not a keyboard, though. Well, I guess you can turn the volume down on a keyboard.
It's true. That's true.
Fair. Yeah.
But he's just gently playing it. For anyone who does notice, it is a different song in comparison to the previous night.
Okay. Are there any mistakes?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Once in a while, it'll just seem like the right hand can't keep up with the left hand. It'll pause once in a while after a wrong note or a untimed note. And then it'll reset a couple stanzas back and then go again. But he doesn't play as long as the last time, and he doesn't finish the song. He'll kind of just play maybe half of it, it seems, and just you hear almost this like stop on the notes, and then it just stops playing. And he'll get up and start to walk away from the piano.
Xander will make his way to the door when he realizes the song has stopped partway through, and he'll peek into the hallway.
Louie's on his way back to his room. He just stops at Xander exiting his. Good evening.
Good evening.
How is yours? First mate.
I believe I said it was good, Captain, but it is good. How is yours?
I just don't know where the story's going right now.
The story that you're currently writing, the story that you have written, the story of that song, the story of the case, the story of your life.
Louie just looks overwhelmed by the amount of options. The night story I am writing currently. Don't tell the others. I know they know.
The night, this night, the night in general.
A night as in of a
K-N
kingdom.
IGHT.
Yes.
Indeed.
The one about Cassandra and Runora.
Yes. Indeed. Perhaps you don't need to know where the story is going. Perhaps it will just lead you there.
He kind of bites his lip for a second, and you see his eyes cast down where he starts to shuffle his feet, like the toes of his shoe kind of skid across the wood paneling of the floor. Well, I'm sort of debating on if I even want to keep writing it.
Why is that?
Well, I feel like I was writing that story for other people, and I think that's a good thing to do, but I don't really feel too much of a connection to the characters, so it's hard for me to... I don't know. I just feel like I need to rewrite it from the ground up or something. Start over.
Well, that doesn't sound like a terrible idea.
Do you think so?
I think that it can be a good thing to write for others, but you should, in some sense, be writing for yourself as well. And if it doesn't feel like the writing is serving you, then it's not really serving anyone.
He nods. Well,
You seem to be in a dancing mood.
you can see his eyebrows go up, and when that happens, you can see the top parts of his ears kind of pop up a little bit too, as he just looks a little excited by hearing that. What?
Xander is going to do a little tap dance on the floor, mimicking what Louie was doing earlier. Tilts his head.
Was I doing that?
Yes. Half performed song, a half performed dance. It seems like you might be experiencing an artistic block.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of things to inspire me. There really is. And I should be grateful for that. There are so many things to write about, but I suppose so much of the stuff around us seems so cruel. Taking any inspiration from it doesn't feel good. So instead of seeing sights and sounds and smells and tastes and all of that, I'm just kind of stuck. And
well, why don't you see something very genuinely inspiring and fun in Luciana, and maybe that can be positive inspiration.
is there even something like that in Luciana?
Indeed. You see, with my particular magical prowess, I have certain conjuration abilities that I have not displayed for you before, Louie.
You can see he looked suspicious for a moment, but then there's that hint of a curl of a smile on his face.
He's going to reach for his collar and then stick his fingers inside, and then he's going to like flinch a little bit as if like something maybe like bit him or something.
Louie just steps forward immediately, and you can see just hesitant hands where he's not exactly reaching up, but just ready. Are you okay?
And then he flicks his fingers out, and in his hand, he is holding 2 tickets to the opera. Conjuration.
Louie's eyes are darting from the tickets up to Xander's face, and then back at the tickets.
I may have given myself a slight paper cut.
I
It's
was
not a big
going
deal.
to ask. And his hands slowly lower, but he's sort of going back and forth on his scars with his thumbs on each finger slowly. You want to go to the opera with me?
Well, I suppose I could ask Dot, but I'd have to
No.
physically lift the house and bring it with me. Or we could just go, the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Dot.
Watch, we'll walk downstairs and it'll say none taken on a paper.
I don't think she can actually hear us up here.
Oh,
I tested it out earlier.
okay. That's too bad.
Yes, I believe that's why her response to the query, can you tell us if Stavik leaves his room, is not currently, because she currently does not have permission.
That makes sense. A weird
Privacy and all
thing
that.
to... I suppose that does make sense, but at the same time...
I mean, we could always change her orders.
Can we?
We can try.
Okay. Oh, if we're going to the opera, and he looks down at his clothes, he's still not wearing his half cape because it's still being de-bloodified. These aren't nice clothes. I have something though. If you wouldn't mind waiting just a few moments.
Of course not. I probably also should change, and
But you look
I did want...
Nothing. What were you saying?
Interesting. I could have sworn that the first word that you said was started with a B,
No.
and nothing only has 2 syllables. I think I must be hearing things again. In any case, what was I saying? I suppose I was saying that there was a conversation that I wanted to have with Bro at some point, and I'm not sure if he's going to be awake when we get back. So,
Oh, well, it's... If you want to talk to him first, it takes a little bit to get all the pieces on anyways. I'm not very good at dressing myself.
That makes sense. Well, I will just drop in and I'll ask him what his plans are for the night, and we can touch base after.
Just knock on my door when you're ready, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I mean,
Sorry.
aye, Captain.
I acknowledge you as the best first mate. Be careful. The seas
Thank
are
you.
stormy.
Though I believe I'm your only first mate currently, so...
Well, I don't... Yeah, but...
Does that make me your worst first mate
No.
as well?
Only if I say so. I am the captain, after all.
I see. Are you sure the storm is not your whims, then?
You see, just ever so slightly, just the twitch of the corner of his mouth, a slight smirk, but it stays fairly neutral. Then he shrugs, his half shrug.
Tricky. I'll take it for now.
Alright. And Louie will go off to his room and get changed.
Xander is gonna pop back into his room and grab a couple things, look around, and leave. And he'll walk over to Bro's room. He'll lean against the wall directly next to the door and rap on it with the back of his knuckles.
It's open.
He'll open the door.
You open the door, and inside you see Bastion's room. It's a well-appointed space with a very complex-looking designed carpet on the floor. There are fresh purple flowers in vases on a table just to your right. To your left is a long dresser filled with just filled with little drawers inside it. They're all closed. But on top, there is an array of papers, maps, books, various notes, candles, things like that all spread around it. Directly in front of you is a well-made bed. And just to the right of that bed is a writing desk where Bastion is currently seated. On the desk, there are a few bottles of half-drank spirits and a couple of papers in front of him, quill and inkwell, things like that. And he's kind of lounging there at the desk, a quill in his hand and a blank piece of paper in front of him. Hey, what's up? You need something? Oh, you need somebody stabbed? Like a kidney stabbing?
Oh.
I mean, I don't know. Like, normally folks don't just like pop in, so I figured you might need something. And I mean, you can handle a lot of stuff yourself, but maybe not kidney stabbing. So, like, is there something that I can do for you to help?
If I knew that you were offering a free kidney stabbing service, perhaps I would have come to you earlier. But no, bro, I just wanted to talk to you.
Free. It's more like we're on the same team kind of thing. So, like,
yes, it's like
if you came to me and you're like, "Hey, bro, I need you to help me stab someone's kidney," and I would be like, "You know what? Sure, you got it, Xando." Because then, like, some other day, I might be like, "Hey, Xando, I need somebody to like know something that I don't, or like to, do whatever, do the stuff that you do that I don't."
I see.
You know what I mean?
I see. Yes, I do.
It's more like a team thing, right?
Yeah, a team thing.
So, like,
but no, there isn't any sort of kidney stabbing that I need. I just wanted to talk to you, I suppose.
Sure. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't have a lot of seating in here, but like, you can like sit on that table there with the. He points to the table to your right that has the flowers on it.
Certainly.
What can I help you with?
He'll walk in, take a little sniff of these flowers as he makes himself comfortable sitting on it with his legs crossed. I just feel like it has been a little bit of time since we've really spoken one-on-one, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit, pick your brain about some things. And he also gestures to a bag that he is carrying in one of his hands, and I have some stuff for you as well, so we can talk about that later.
All right, sweet. Yeah, look, sure. What can I do for you?
Well, first, does his room smell like him?
Not yet.
Or what does it smell like?
Mostly clean, like dusty wood. Largely, maybe like a little bit cleaner solution, possibly.
Sure.
But no, it doesn't have like any particular odor or musk. You guys have only been here for a very short time, so
makes sense. Well, I wanted to talk to you about some personal stuff, but I suppose there is also case-related stuff, so we could get that out of the way as well. I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Okay. What's up?
Earlier, you suggested that you felt like we might have missed something at the brothel, and I was wondering if your conversation with Lena bore any fruit.
Oh, no, not really. Nothing case related, at least. No. Turns out the questions I had for her didn't really add anything to the case.
I see. You seem to know her.
Not a lot gets by you, Xando. Yeah, no, I know her. I didn't want to like say anything in front of everybody because like I don't need to like bring that kind of trouble on somebody. But yeah, no, I knew her from when I was a kid, actually.
Oh, so she might have been one of the friends you mentioned on the roof the other day?
Yeah, you could say that.
Hmm. I don't want to say this to alarm you, and the last thing that I want is for you to be worried, but I'm concerned for her and for Clara as well.
Lena's smart. She's always been able to take care of herself pretty well, and I know she's going to be careful, as anybody can be. Don't know about Clara. She's kind of like a little bit batty, if you ask me.
She's really strange.
Yeah, like I don't know. I've seen the way she looks at Louie, and that always kind of gives me the creeps, you know. She
Me
just
as
wants to like
well,
bite him or something.
right?
Yeah,
Right?
like she's just gonna like reach up and just like start grabbing him and like eat him or something like he's a piece of candy. And that's just kind of messed
Exactly.
up, honestly. It's like,
Very strange.
yeah, because like honestly, I like kind of understand like he is pretty like small and defenseless
Oh,
and like
uh-huh.
I feel like it's easy to look at him and be like, yeah, I could take him. Like,
Mm-hmm.
but like,
Mm-hmm.
but bro's like got his own set of stuff, right? He's got his own
Yeah.
abilities and stuff, and I mean, he might not be like the physically strongest person, but like that doesn't mean you should just go over there and like grab him or something. Like that's just rude, right?
Certainly. Certainly.
So like when I
She
see
said,
somebody trying to like control
yeah.
him like that, or even like get the look on, you know what I mean? Like she got like that look,
Yeah.
you know the look.
The
Yeah.
look.
So
Precisely.
like, I was just like, maybe it's best if she doesn't travel with us anymore. I don't know.
Yes. I agree completely. And when I walked her back to the cod, I thinking that it might be a little rude to suggest that she not spend time around us, and genuinely worried for her safety because there seems to be a serial killer targeting women in
Mhm.
Louisiana. I told her that
Yeah.
she needed to be really careful, especially for someone as curious as she was. And she told me the strangest thing. She said, I've been in cities before. I can handle myself. And I thought, well, I bet that all of the other women who became victims of John St. Sildine also thought that before they were killed, but I didn't say that. And so far, she seems to have handled herself quite well, but I am concerned, especially now that the killer seems to be reaching out to us
I
personally.
mean, Xando, it sounds like you've done everything you can. I mean, and some people like you can give them every advice in the world. You can give them every warning or tell them everything that they need to know, but you can't make them save themselves, you know? So like don't blame yourself. Like if some shit does happen and something bad happens to her, I just want you to not feel guilty about it cuz like you've done everything you can. Like what are we supposed to like take every single uh vulnerable person in the city and like put them all in a room and like protect them? Like that's not
Hmm.
living. It's crazy. You can't do that. Like
Yeah.
yeah, you got to do our best. We got to like find this. Like obviously we got to find this guy and stop him, and that'll like fix all this. But like we're working on it, you know. Like we're trying
Yeah.
to. So like she's just got to keep her head down, and if something bad happens because she didn't, like you just got to make sure you don't blame yourself, okay? Because it sounds like
Okay,
you did
bro.
everything that you could.
Yeah, I've been trying without, crossing too many boundaries. I suppose I could have just told her back in Bucharest, you are not coming with us, and left her there, but that would have been a little mean.
I mean, leaving someone in like a cursed town is pretty messed up. So like,
uh,
you
Bucharest,
said
before
Bucharest.
Belmez.
Sorry, I was
I
thinking
wouldn't
of
have.
Belmez. Sorry,
Yes, no. I would not have left her there, though.
little podunk
She
town start with
apparently.
B's. You know, it's all the same.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You know,
No, she'd have been better in Bucharest. She could
right?
have got a job at that place that made those
Whip cakes.
delicious cakes.
You know what? I'm sure that
Yeah.
between Louie's baking skill and
Mhm.
my divination abilities, we could probably whip up a recipe that is indistinguishable from the one that they use there.
I don't know. There's something. There's something that
Special
magic.
sauce.
There's something the magic can't reproduce. You know. Sometimes the right food can just do something the magic can't.
I would agree with that statement, though I also want to inquire whether you've been drinking too many of Zulin's potions. I feel like
What
he said that before.
am I making too much sense?
Perhaps.
Okay.
But speaking of Zulin, you're a good friend, bro.
All right. Thanks, Sando. You too?
Thank you. I wasn't saying that to fish for compliments. I was just thinking about how you voluntarily gave your blood to Zulin.
This is blood. I mean, like, whatever. I got a bunch of it. Trust me.
I suppose so. I suppose so. You know, I've been thinking a lot about friendship and trust and the group, probably because I had a conversation with Detlef about it earlier. And he said a lot of really interesting things to me. I feel like the more we investigate the case, the less it seems like we came here to investigate it, and more like it existed for us to come here to solve it. Does that make any sense? Probably
I
not.
guess. I mean, I don't know. I try not to like think too much, if I can help it.
I don't know. I feel like you do a lot of thinking.
Maybe, but I don't know. I guess I haven't really considered too much about that.
That's fair. You know, Delev and I have a couple of things in common, not least of which is, I suppose, profession. I'm a librarian too.
I didn't even realize there was more than the one. Okay.
Yes, well, like Detlef said the first time we came to the library in Luciana, though I suppose you were outside with Clara, there's an entire network of libraries that are connected across Adrian. And I suppose Detlef and I don't work for the same branch. I think I might be a different tree as well. We are sort of co-workers, people with the same profession, like minds, maybe. And so I wanted to exchange some ideas, ask for advice, since his collection is a lot more impressive than mine. And he gave me a lot of advice and perspective on the case and everything that was going on, and it's strange. You said that you were an open book, bro.
I mean, I try to be, sure, yeah.
Okay,
I don't really like
So
keeping
then-
secrets because it just makes things complicated.
that's fair. So then I suppose my question is, am I allowed to read you?
A clarification.
Yes.
Are you hitting on me?
Did
I
I
didn't know.
say
Was that like a pickup line? Because it kind of sounds
That-
like one.
was not intended to be flirtation?
Okay,
Did you-
cool. Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Cool. In that case, yeah, you can read me.
Okay.
Like, what do you want to
Okay.
know?
Well, I feel like there's just so little that I know about you.
Oh, let me interrupt you. Just so you know, like, if the answer was yes, I wouldn't have necessarily said no. It would have been a different conversation, and I wanted to prepare myself mentally. Or say if you said yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Just let you know. Like, I'm not like, against certain things. I just wanted you to know that, like, I just wanted to prepare myself mentally in case you were flirting with me. Continue.
Well, in that case, I suppose I will make a clarification and say that though I didn't intend for that to be read as flirtation, doesn't
That was a pretty good
necessarily
line,
mean.
though.
I mean,
It was a
I
pretty good
suppose
line.
It is a
Like,
pretty
I
good
was
line.
like, damn, Santa's got some play.
Okay, well, in
Anyway,
that
what are you
case,
saying? Sorry.
if I do at some point in the near or distant future decide
Mm.
to flirt with you, I'll make sure that I bring an equally spicy line.
Oh,
But
I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
back on topic.
Yeah.
Yes. What were you doing at the crossing inn? Were you going on an adventure of some sort? Heading
Back
somewhere?
then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on my way, kind of away from Burgos.
Why?
Kind of. I mean, I was just trying to put some distance between me and Canyas. I kind of wanted to kick around a little bit. I mean, I grew up in the city. Like, I grew up in that place. I wanted to see what else was out there, and I probably had made too many enemies. Eventually, these things happen. Like,
Yeah.
eventually you piss off too many people or the wrong people, and then they're like, hey, if we see you around here again, we're gonna, bust your face in. Or it's like, oh, if we see you again, we're gonna, like, go to the orphanage that raised you and burn it down. Shit like that, So it's like, maybe I better cut my losses. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm really sorry about that.
Don't be. It's fine. Look, I just gotta let the fire burn down. It all blows over. And then, like, I'll go back and stab a couple people and it'll be fine. Just gotta
Well-
wait for the guards to go down. Like, nobody's vigilant all the time forever,
That's true.
Like, eventually they're
That's true.
gonna be like, okay, cool. That Bastion prick left. Cool, we're good now. And that's when I sneak back in someone's window at night and some throats get slit. But that's a whole
Well-
other thing. So,
Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, if at that point in time we still happen to be traveling companions and you need someone to foretell at what point in time of the night they decide to go to sleep so that you could slip into their window, I might be around to provide that service for you.
and you know what we call that?
Mm-hmm.
We call that fucking teamwork. That's what we call that.
I suppose so. I suppose we do. I feel like I have perhaps not been the best at sharing things about myself in a way that's clear and that makes sense to a lot of people in the group. So I apologize if I come across as mysterious your impersonation of me earlier made me realize that that might be how I come across to other people.
Oh, all right. I mean, I just kind of do impersonations when it feels like it. I didn't mean to like upset anybody or like make you self-conscious or anything.
No,
I guess
no,
I wasn't trying to make anybody have like epiphanies about their persona, right? Like that's not really what I'm after here.
for sure. But it was interesting to see, I suppose, me as you see me. But I did want to share something with you that I haven't really talked to anybody else about yet, aside from Detlef earlier.
What's that?
There have been several points in time where I have been concerned that there might be members of the party who either intentionally or unintentionally may have assisted in either the plans of the person we're trying to stop or muddling things, if that makes sense. Obviously, Stavik is in the cell downstairs for that same reason. But I talked to Detlef and I asked for advice. I mean, I have a lot of love and affection for all of you, really. And it's difficult when you want to trust people, but you don't know if you can fully. And he told me that sometimes you can look into someone and see whether they're capable of doing great good or great harm. Sometimes you have to trust your gut. And I suppose I am a mystic of Prenia with the ability to look into people's hearts, right?
Yeah, I mean that's I thought it was a pretty good guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, would you let me look into your heart, bro?
I mean, I deserve it, so go for it. Yeah,
Are you sure?
it's not gonna like fucking hurt, right?
No, it won't.
Go for it. Whatever.
Okay. He's gonna hop off and take a couple of steps up to bro, and then he is going to.
Bastion stands from the chair, so he's standing in front of you.
May I touch you, bro?
I mean, if it's part of the thing, you got to do what you got to do.
He's gonna reach out and put his hand against Bastion's chest, and he's gonna close his eyes, and then he's gonna open, and I'd like to take a look at his soul, please.
Go for it. Yeah. What do you got? What are you activating? What little fun powers are being thrown out?
I'm just getting vibes, really. Just getting vibes.
Vibe check.
Just a vibe check.
Just a vibe check.
Yeah, just a
Just
vibe check.
check. Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, he seems to be of good vibes. He
Good.
vibes with you. His little heart and soul goes thrum 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 thrum, and you're like, yeah, I could jive with that. There's some good shit in there.
Xander looks like he is concentrating a little bit, and he's gonna nod to himself a little bit, and then he will bring his hand back and open his eyes.
So, how much time I got left?
Well, unfortunately, it looks like you may only have 3 hours, but fortunately for you, I did not pass the licensing exam, so...
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
You know what?
It could have been
That's
300 years, potentially.
Fine. I mean, even if it's 3 hours, I'm glad I got to see the people I got to see, you know?
Yeah.
Life well lived,
Well.
they call it. One with as few regrets as possible, because, like, here's the trick. if you just do what you want to do all the time, you don't have a whole lot of regrets.
Huh. That is some very deep wisdom. Are you sure that you're not the mystic, bro?
Oh, I've got some mystic things about me, but yeah, you're still the
Oh,
mystic, but
I see.
don't count me out either.
Okay, I won't. But the good news is that you may only have a couple of hours to live, but you passed the vibe check, as it were.
Hey, cool. All right. What did I win?
Well, in this bag of goodies, I have several things, and he's going
Love bags of
to
goodies.
he's gonna reach inside and he's gonna pull out some stuff. First of all, I was concerned by how hungover you were this morning.
I mean, I did drink a lot, so there was
You
that.
did.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little something here. Don't tell Zulin that I gave this to you because he'll probably be a little bit jealous that
Oh.
you didn't get these from him. And he's going to pull out what appear to be a couple of vials
Mhm.
that have pieces of paper stuck to them that are shaped like bottles of alcohol, and inside the vials seem to be some sort of like crystalline substance, almost like salt.
Mhm.
This is known as alchemist's kindness. You drop it into
Oh,
water.
I know it. I know it.
Oh,
I mean, you don't drink a lot and then never hear about that. So yeah, that's super
well,
nice though.
he's
Thank
gonna pull
you.
out 10.
What the
And
hell? Holy shit.
here you go. For the next time you have a hangover.
Oh man, this is great. Like, Sando, buddy, like, bro,
What?
all right. I didn't realize this was like a gift giving relationship. All right, buddy. Shots
What?
fired. Prepare for retaliation soon.
Oh, that was shots fired. I just started, bro.
Oh,
That
okay.
was only the first thing. He's gonna reach
Oh,
back into the
okay.
bag. And he is going to pull out a couple of baked goods and also a small vial of what appears to be some sort of oil. So
Oh,
we had talked about certain substances, and you had shared that you didn't like teas, and I had said that there were teas with all sorts of properties, and you expressed
Mhm.
interest in certain of those teas, perhaps.
Oh, sure.
And I
yeah.
figured since you didn't like tea so much, I could
Mhm.
perhaps find it in another form. And so here, and he's gonna hand over this this oil. It should be edible.
Takes it, looks at it, smells it. Huh. This is it's very nice. All right. Damn. Um, okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna get you back. So be ready.
Okay. And if I were to make something out of, let's say, clay, for you, what would you, in theory, if I were to do this, what would you like to receive?
How about like, hmm, a a big tittied elven woman?
Big tittied elven woman. Okay.
Yeah.
If that is your wish is my command, bro.
I mean, like, maybe it doesn't have to be elf. Could be a lot of things.
Okay. Sure. I will.
I mean, I'm not gonna be like, you know, I've seen some shit. Also, anyway, I think I got my point across.
Fascinating. Okay. I see. Well, the baked goods, the performance enhancer, the alchemist kindness, that is actually all that I have for today. So that would be the shots fired.
All right, bro. Well, just prepare yourself because this doesn't look cheap, and I intend on paying you back. So get ready.
Okay. Well, I am waiting then, I suppose. And he's gonna give Bro a hug.
Aw. Bro responds in kind.
Well, I am going to head to the opera. I assume
shit.
that is not one of your interests.
Oh no, like operas are boring as fuck.
I figured
I
you might
just
say that.
thought they were closed is all. Thought there was like a whole thing about the murders and they closed them.
Yes, I believe that there may be a couple that are still open, so I'm hoping at least that we might be able to
Oh.
see a show, perhaps learn a little bit about Miss Penelope in the process.
Well, good luck, I guess. I mean, just watch out for the killer. If you guys find the killer out there, like, without having to like do
Mhm.
anything,
Wouldn't that be
that'd be great.
great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if Stavik disappears from his cage while we're at the opera, you know why.
Well, I mean, I can like stay down there and watch him if you think he's gonna get out.
No, bro. Please enjoy yourself, relax, have
I mean,
fun.
I could like throw rocks at him or something.
I mean, if you'd enjoy it, then
Kind of want to now.
okay.
I bet I could ask. Ooh, I could probably start wadding up parchment and throw parchment balls at him, and I could have Dot keep score.
I was just about to suggest the same thing. Great minds.
Yeah, you got it, bro. Hey, you have fun at the thing, okay?
Okay, yeah. I'll talk to you later.
All right. You head out of the room as Bastion grabs a stack of parchment and begins wadding them up into balls.
He'll make his way over to Louie's room and he'll rap on the door with the back of his knuckles.
It's open.
He'll open it and peek inside. What does he see?
And Louie, if you wouldn't mind pushing the picture, Beardy.
Oh,
Louie,
okay. We're ready for that already. All right.
Yes.
Louie is wearing. Go ahead.
please show it so I can describe it.
There you go.
He is wearing sort of this Sejourne styled outfit. He has a green colored collared shirt on. There's no cording on it though, so it's just open around his collarbone. He has sort of this puffy sleeve shirt with that sprays out at the wrist area that has leather bindings near the wrists, and it kind of has this like purple hue that goes to almost this pinkish color near the cuffs, and it has kind of this puffed out collar that has gold lining on it. He also is wearing a purple sash with gold lining that is bound together with a brooch that looks like a swallowtail butterfly. He has sort of this pink-ish colored what's the word called for prom when those guys have those band thingies on their waist?
Boutonniere?
Oh, garter?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe garter.
Like what? Waist?
Yeah, there's like this waistband thing that boys wear at prom sometimes. It has like a specific name. I apologize.
Cummerbund?
Maybe? That might be it. He has that, and he has kind of this lavender puffy pants that come together kind of at these new boots, or different boots I should say, that he's wearing that have sort of this diamond gold element on the inner section of the calf to heel. And near the sash there is a string of gold, kind of like a belt, but it has no practicality to it. It's more ornamental. It has kind of these diamondy star shapes along with teardrop shapes, and a specifically kind of rounded pointed shape too on the upper section of the chain. He's also wearing like a leather cord necklace with a teardrop gold pendant, and right above his heart is the earring that Xander gave him. And he looks kind of proud of himself as it looks like he was just finishing pinning the butterfly at his hip, And he looks at Xander, and then kind of that confidence slowly ebbs into him just playing with the scars, or more so rubbing the scars on his fingers again as he looks at Xander.
Oh, wow.
I didn't want to look too strange at the opera, especially since it tends to be more of a fancy thing. This is something that my mentor in Sejun got me while I was staying with them, and well, honestly, it's a bit fancier than I even like, but notably, I talked them out of giving me something that was even more extravagant than this, so
Mm-hmm.
I take the lesser of the two evils, really.
You look spiffy.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel underdressed.
Well, you look overdressed constantly.
Oh, my apologies.
No, I don't
will
mean
wear
that.
less.
I apologize. I didn't.
That was a joke.
He just lets out kind of this defeated laugh. Not really a laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I just. I know it's Sejanese. I don't really know the style of Burgos yet, but I figured I could blend in a little bit better.
I think that this is a great outfit, Louie.
Oh.
Though I feel like you may attract a little bit of attention.
He tilts his head.
I feel like with the Sejanese attire and the...
It's the nicest thing I own. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, not at all. And with the bright purple, I'm sure that someone will be enchanted.
Jackie wanted it to be even more colorful. I was able to get a little bit more toned down, but everyone in Sejun wears bright, extravagant colors, especially purples, greens, and pinks, and gold, of course. Everything is kind of gold lined, so
makes sense.
This is the toned down version, I'm gonna be honest.
Understood. Well, I think it is lovely, and perhaps I shall change my dress a little bit as well to match a little bit better.
Okay.
He's gonna crack his neck a little bit. He'll look Louie up and down a little bit as if he is taking in the clothing, just looking at the style, the kind of fabric and the colors. And then he is going to reach for his skin tight clothing and kind of pinch the star shape, the diamond shape on his chest, kind of pulling the fabric, and as he stretches it taut and releases it, it's going to flick back to his body, and then the entire thing is going to become a shimmering gold as he does a little bit of a twirl for Louie, and then uses this Beardy.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does, his entire body is going to become a shower of golden sparks, just little stars that fall. And as they fall away, clothing is revealed underneath that is different. He is wearing a sleeveless vest that is in a dark purple, almost black, with golden accoutrements. The buttons are diamond star shapes, and he's also got two sets of pins on the collar connected by a chain of little star links. The shirt that he is wearing is purple, and he's got bands just above the elbows made of what appear to be solid gold. He's got stars on his cufflinks as well and black gloves. He's got a kind of like a tailcoat situation with the vest, and on the inside, you can see the underside rather. It appears to be gold all the way through, but as he does the twirl, you can see that it's actually made up of what appear to be like a million tiny golden stars that all together from a distance appear to be solid, but in the light shimmer and glimmer. And he's wearing long pants that seem to be just regular slacks, nothing as puffy, nothing as Sejanese necessarily as Louie, but they are very form-fitting, and the ends of the slacks flare out just a slight bit, revealing the bottoms, the shoes that he's wearing, which are just dress shoes with a little bit of golden heel visible. His hair is in a similar style to what he wears normally, except he doesn't have a braid on one end. Instead, just part of his bangs on the right side have been tied back in a braid, and as he turns, you can see that it's clipped behind his head with what appears to be a golden butterfly. He'll do a little bow for Louie.
I would say when Xander first started like glimmering and stuff, Louie started to like cover his eyes like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to look at it. But halfway through you just see him like have his pinky and ring finger just completely open. But he sort of is halfway through like covering his entire face to mostly just covering his lower face with his hands. You look very nice.
Thank you. It's all an illusion, unfortunately, but
You see Louie's eyes narrow as he looks at you and he tilts his head. Do you want that to be made for real?
I suppose it could be, though. I feel like the issue you presented earlier was that I'm generally overdressed, so I don't think wearing this would necessarily help with that.
I did not mean it to hurt you.
Oh, I wasn't hurt, Louie.
Or self-conscious?
I'm not generally self-conscious, I would believe. In any sense of the word, probably.
I just wanted to make sure I did not ruin your perception of self. It's a very easy thing to break.
He's gonna put a hand to his mouth and just kind of dissolve into a little fit of chuckles at that.
Perhaps for some people.
No, it's not that. It's just I had an interesting conversation with Detlef, and that thing that you said made me think of something that the two of us talked about. It's completely different, but kind of like just and just and just, and I suppose the fourth just as well.
I see. That's a lot. You see him kind of pulling at the sleeves, like the edges, the bottom edges of them, and just kind of pulling them farther down on his hands as he's standing there.
I feel like I just witnessed some sort of change, though I am not exactly sure what this change means.
I suppose I would not be able to answer you without further explanation.
Using my own techniques against me, how quickly the student becomes the master.
You thought I was a student?
What makes you think I was talking about you, Louie?
Most people do.
Mhm. Well, clearly you're the captain here, so if anything, it would be the opposite. So be careful. I may be coming for your position soon.
You see for a moment, he just looks almost cold. Not that he's like angry or anything, but there's just a hint of coldness as he stares at you, but he soon relaxes. Should we go, or is there something you wish to tell me?
I'm not sure. Is there something that you want me to tell you?
I wouldn't know
That
yet.
seemed like a slightly leading question.
Oh, first mate. Don't you realize you do that all the time?
I suppose that is true. Though it seems like there is something that you. Perhaps this is simply my understanding of the situation or my assumption, but it seems like there is something specific that you would like to know. And so I think it would be easier to know what exactly you would like to know so I can share it with you. There are many things that I could tell you in this moment, and I imagine that if I were to go through all of them, you might have the answer that you're looking for, but we would not have time for the opera.
Why don't we walk and talk?
Certainly.
You are in the doorway, Xander.
That appears to be the case. He'll step back.
Louie kind of stands across from him with the door sort of in between the two. And he'll walk out after just kind of looking Xander up and down and then waiting for him to leave.
Xander will leave and close the door behind him.
Oh.
Okay.
Louie will start walking downstairs.
Xander will watch Louie walk down the stairs, and then he'll pause a little bit, frown, and then follow behind.
All right. The two of you head down to the first floor.
Ah, God damn it, Valentino. Louie just gets stuck by the locked door.
And luckily the front door you can just simply unlock.
Yeah. There we go. And he turns to Xander. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. And he'll step out and look back at
Xander will
Xander.
follow.
And then close the door and
close the door.
lock it.
Oh, you have a key?
Fuck off, Beardy.
It's fine. All right.
Oh,
Hopefully
wait,
nobody
that's the one
breaks
the
in.
killer took.
Hopefully nobody breaks into the office tonight. That'll be all right? Okay.
No one of
So the-
importance is there.
Yeah, exactly. Only Bastion. So the two of you head out into Luciana. All right, you make your way out of the office, and you find yourselves, of course, here at the southern end of Ivy Park. Beautiful place with all kinds of wonderful things in it. The sun, of course, is already set, and Xander, the tickets you have are for what is known as the Night Show, which is apparently some sort of special show that the nobility decided to put on in order to, send a clear message to the killer that they will not be cowed. They will not simply stop living their society life. Society does not grind to a halt because of one unknown madman.
Mm-hmm.
And they're throwing a special showing tonight.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Hmm.
walking and talking.
Right. How did your conversation with Detlev go?
It went very well, different than I expected it to go.
That sounds about right.
Yes. Strangely, he seemed to not want me to leave, or rather, it seemed like he kept asking if I really wanted to go.
All right.
And I'm not exactly sure what that was about. Or he would ask, "Are you sure you don't have anything else you want to ask me?"
Well, did you?
Well, yes, I could probably have continued asking questions until the end of existence, and I would probably not be satisfied. So I figured I would only ask the things that I absolutely needed to ask and give him his space and respect his time. So I only asked a couple of things.
I see. Are you happy with the results?
Happy with the results. Well, I wanted to learn.
Answers, maybe.
Well, I did want to know more about him, though. He seemed more interested in talking about the things that I had to ask him about myself and the case than he did about sharing.
That sounds about right.
Not that I particularly expected him to say much about himself, but it was nice nonetheless.
Hmm.
And I suppose we did have a meal together too, which was delicious.
Oh. All right.
Yes. I think it made things better.
Louie's sort of quiet as he's walking. He's not really in a fast pace. He's a little slower. He's still pulling at the cuffs of his sleeves down over his hands.
Is something wrong, Louie?
And there's plenty of things wrong, don't you think? I mean, there's people maybe or maybe not dying, and this whole weird situation about Stavik, and Zulin's terrifying, and there's a lot of stuff wrong.
Is there something in particular that is bothering you at this moment more so than the usual amount of bothered by the current circumstances in Luciana?
I think so, but I do not have the words for it yet.
I see. All right.
Is that an acceptable answer?
Any answer is an acceptable answer.
That is untrue.
For you, perhaps.
He nods.
If that is your answer, then that is your answer, and I accept it.
Mm. So, I told you a lot about me last time. I believe it is time for me to ask about you. If you accept such a thing. You are, of
Sure.
course, welcome to not answer.
What would you like to know?
What is your favorite feeling?
Love.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because it's the only reason that anything exists. It's the reason why we exist.
He looks downright confused. I see. Why do you believe that?
I don't necessarily believe in purpose as in this is the reason why something exists and it cannot do anything else. But in an abstract sort of sense, I believe that we are here to love. And that's what in many ways gives life meaning.
He nods.
And so that's why.
If you were given any wish with no repercussions, what would you wish for?
I wouldn't wish for anything.
Why not?
I suppose it depends on the context of this wish, but I don't make wishes. Not for myself.
I didn't say the wish had to be for yourself. You are simply the one making the wish.
Well, then I'd have to find someone to bestow that wish upon.
Mm. I don't think I fully understand, but somehow it sounds pretty.
I see. I suppose the things that I would wish for, aside from potentially fixing the broken world, I already have, and the current state of things is not something that can be wished away, nor would I want it to be wished away.
Mm.
Wishes don't solve those sort of problems. They often cause them.
I see. Perhaps. What is your goal, Xander?
to return the love that's missing from this world.
What?
I told you just now that love is in some ways, I think, the meaning of everything. And I've said before that I believe that the world is broken. And part of the reason for that, I believe, is because love is missing, or perhaps that's the wrong word. Perhaps the world is simply broken and people don't understand it. They can't find it. They pervert it. They abuse it. And so my goal is to help make this world a better place. And part of that involves bringing more love to it.
Louie sort of stopped in his tracks halfway through, and he stares at Xander for most of that, and then by the end, you see this smile, this very genuine, unapologetic smile grow on his face. And then he moves forward, and he takes both his hands and he touches the sides of Xander's arms, and he just smiles up at him. So, we have similar goals?
Yes, I think that our goals are similar.
Then I needed to meet you, I think.
What a fascinating thing to say, Louie.
Well, and his arms drop almost as if he realizes himself, and he takes a step back. It's just, no one's ever talked that way, except for... But,
Demons?
yes.
Perhaps it's the red hair. Maybe genetics or something.
Different hues. I apologize.
I see.
Yours is much more like a flame, and his is more dark and like, what flower was that? I don't have the words. I apologize.
Was it red like a spider lily?
No, those are still bright.
They are. It'll come to you.
Yes, I'm sure.
But I suppose we did need to meet. Which reminds me of something Detlev said to me, actually.
How so?
I suppose I was interested in a lot of questions, and I had this question for him in general too, but especially after listening to the story of a hero, I was curious about the nature of coincidence, I suppose. And so I asked him what he believed.
And?
He said that, like I said earlier, that there are causes for things, even if those causes run very deep and are hard to see. Which makes sense if you think about things in terms of cause and effect. Obviously, everything that happens is an effect that is caused by a myriad of factors. So I suppose it's not all that surprising, but yes, I think his answer makes a lot of sense. And so that It's fascinating that you say that. Just in the context of that conversation as well.
Hmm. Well, he's kind of biting his lip as he shifts uncomfortably. I just thought it was very unique to hear someone say that other than Gemins, and you seem like nice folk, so it was nice. That's all. And he slowly starts his walk towards the opera house again, pulling at his sleeves once more.
Xander stops walking.
Louie he'll walk for a moment, but once he hears that Xander stop moving, he'll turn back and look. Tilt his head. What?
I feel like I witnessed another change, and I'm not exactly sure what that was.
He just looks confused as he looks at you. Have I done something wrong?
No, you haven't done anything wrong. It just feels like your energy is very different.
Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable.
Okay. And he'll take a step closer back to Xander, but still a decent distance between the two. What am I doing then?
I don't know how to describe it except for it seems like there have been multiple moments in this conversation or over the course of the night where it seems like you are external, and then there are just sudden moments where it's like you return back inside.
I once knew my presented place in the world, and sometimes it is an old habit that is currently a thing I am working on.
I see. That makes sense.
What would you have me do?
I wouldn't have you do anything. I'm just concerned about whether I am making you upset because it seems like you are perhaps upset at me from my perspective. Though at other times it seems like you're not upset at me, so it's just somewhat confusing, I suppose.
I am worried about some things.
I see. Am I allowed to know what you are worried about?
He looks down at the ground almost like a child would when trying to say what they have done wrong. It's just... I'm worried that you'll take him from me.
Detlef?
He nods, eyes still very much so focused on the ground.
Oh. Oh. There's an expression of confusion on Xander's face, but also you can perhaps tell that he's like trying not to smile because obviously this is something that like Louie is concerned about, but clearly Xander finds this idea very amusing. And he's trying not to express that because it may come across the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Nah, his eyes are still on the ground, but I feel as though he probably feels the energy shift a little bit just from the tone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why?
I don't have a lot of people. I don't have a lot of anything. Anyone. So... I feel as though you are a very interesting person who could probably get whatever they want. And he stops at the chuckle. I am... Maybe you don't understand.
You know, Detlef told me probably the most he talked about anything outside of the specific questions that I asked him for my own sake. He talked about you, about how you were his good friend and you were always there, you spent time with him, you always had interesting things to say to him, to tell him, you always made him smile, you always brought him nice things. He talked about you a lot, Louie.
He has been taken away from me before, or rather... And then he just shakes his head as if he's given up on finishing that. It is such a small number of what I have, and I just... I am used to people taking my things, I suppose, or maybe not even mine, but what I assume could potentially be mine, and I hate those people.
That's understandable, Louie, though I've said it before. Even if I wanted to take that love away from you, and I don't want to take anything from you, Louie. Nothing belongs to me, so I wouldn't be able to, even if I wanted that.
And you see him shift a little, and you see his head slowly raise. It's still in a tilt, though, but more so in thought right now. Are you not allowed ever to have something?
I suppose I can have things, but the things that I have aren't mine. Not in the same way that you are using the word mine, I believe. For me, it's like grains of sand, if that makes sense.
No.
You hold them, and they slip through your fingers.
Just gotta add water. And he smiles.
I suppose. But then you have to change the thing so that you can keep it. And at that point, you may as well let it be the way it is rather than force it to change to suit you.
I see. Well,
At least for me.
he thinks about it for a moment. How much have you interacted with sand?
He tilts his head.
It's
Is
just
there a particular reason for this question?
sand tends to just stick to people. I mean, sure, in large quantities, anything will fall through your fingers, but sand has a silly way of getting stuck. Like,
Well, then I suppose we'll have to go to the beach to test this out.
an oyster.
An oyster.
Yeah. Come on. Let's go to the opera.
All right.
And Louie will turn and keep walking. His pace is in a certain way where it seems that he expects Xander to walk beside him.
Sure. Xander will walk beside him.
Did you know that there is a butterfly that is called, or rather nicknamed, the mother of pearl butterfly?
I have heard of this butterfly before, though I don't know much about it.
Well, its iridescent quality is a must for people who collect insects. There's oddly a lot of people who collect insects. I did not think that would be true, but it is a thing. Museums are one
Yes.
thing, but sometimes personal collections concern me. But that's usually nobles.
That is, in fact, usually nobles.
Well, my sister was very, very fond of this butterfly. She wanted to find one so badly, but I didn't even believe it was real when I was little. Notably, I was 8. I think it's hard to put a pinpoint on the age you are sometimes.
Xander smiles at that.
Nonetheless, I misunderstood what she was actually asking for. And so we were near the ocean, and I decided to go diving in a particularly specific area that I probably shouldn't have been diving in. And I went and looked for just a simple oyster. I didn't need to have anything special in it. And he pauses for a moment. It almost looks like he's just reliving something for a moment. We didn't care about pearls, really. I suppose that would have been good money, though, thinking about it. But I found an oyster that I thought was the perfect size. And it's funny, sometimes when clams and oysters move, they sort of look like butterflies underwater.
Flapping.
So I picked one, and, well, while I was down in the water, I got caught on something. He looks up in thought. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I was on the beach soon after, I think. My sister was yelling at me quite a lot. So I, in my childish perception, just held out the oyster to her and said I got her butterfly, and she was so angry she threw it at the water, and, well, I had to spend an evening sneaking out to go and get the damn thing. But I did, and I didn't wake up in the beach that time. I didn't get caught on anything. But it was there, and I opened it up, and if she didn't like the outside, I hope she would like the inside, which I assumed was what she was talking about. So I carved it, and in the morning I presented her a mother-of-pearl butterfly. And she wore that around her neck till the last day I saw her.
Well, that's a beautiful story. And perhaps it will be useful in locating her.
I hope so. If she's still wearing it. But who knows? Maybe she's completely changed her appearance and I've already missed her and I'm just chasing my own tail.
Or perhaps she lives by the ocean and sells mother of pearl butterfly lockets to passerby, hoping that one of them may come up to her and say, "It's me." Though she won't need them to because she'll recognize them on spot.
Well, I'm hoping she doesn't have to sell for her living. She should be the most famous woman in Adrian.
Yes, it's all part of an elaborate theater of the real experience. Immersive.
But what do you think of that story, Xander?
I was wondering when you might ask.
He tilts his head, looking up at Xander as he walks.
I think that it is beautiful. And tragic. And familiar.
How so?
They say that there are no new stories, that experiences can traverse space and time, be captured under the brush or under the pen. I suppose, listening to that story, it felt less like a story and more like I was reliving an experience.
Do you do that with most stories?
He seems to consider that question and then he smiles to himself. Yes, but not in the way that you think, and not in the same way as this story.
Gonna be honest, I don't know what that means yet.
I don't imagine that you would.
But I would like to learn.
You will.
Alright.
But no, I didn't experience that story in the way that I experience other stories. It just felt very familiar.
And he keeps walking for a moment. Xander, have we met before?
Why do you ask, Louie?
I never paid attention to people before.
I suppose the answer is likely no, because nobody that I know from before is alive. So
Oh.
unless you are actually a vampire, then
I could bite you. We could find out. It'd be funny.
he will offer up his wrist to Louie.
He looks immediately uncomfortable and embarrassed. I'm
Well,
sorry.
a vampire with an aversion to blood, that seems very unfortunate. That is a tragic twist of fate right there. Perhaps novel inspiration. Think about it. A vampire turns who doesn't want to hurt, but knows the only way he can stay alive is by drawing blood from others. Perhaps making a friend who willingly gives it. Interesting.
Louis just staring at Xander, trying not to look like he's like kind of judging him, but there's a little bit of that stank. You can see like one of his nostrils curled a little bit upward.
Is something the matter, Louie?
No.
That seemed to be a lie.
Well, it's just a bit grotesque. Even if it does seem like a sweet concept, I don't even know if I could stomach writing it.
Fascinating. Well, in that case, I suppose I will take up that idea and write it myself.
It was your idea to begin with.
Can't be my idea, Louie. Nothing belongs to me, remember?
What if someone gives it?
Then I suppose I can be in the state of receiving this thing for however long I hold it for.
Well, stories are meant to be shared, but there is always going to be an essence of yourself in them. Like sand.
I imagine so. Like sand. Hard to grasp, but ever present.
He nods.
What did you mean that story to convey, Louie?
Well, it wasn't made up. It's just... the oyster that I carved. It had a very large pearl in it, and pearls are made of sand that gets stuck. I threw
Yes.
the pearl away.
Of course.
It wasn't what my sister wanted, so I didn't even care about it.
Naturally.
But they're in gems and other precious materials around the world. A lot of things are made out of the strangest occurrences. A caterpillar turns into a butterfly by becoming a chrysalis. Something that, had it not been discovered or witnessed, might not even seem real to people. Sand turning into a pearl. How do people know that? They witnessed it, but had they not? And usually these things become their way without being witnessed. There's beauty in all of that, and perhaps it changes, perhaps it gets thrown away, but there will always be an essence of everything all around us, within us, and us in it as well. So perhaps not everything or anything will be yours, but at the same time everything will be yours. Don't you think?
Xander nods, and he says, I believe that's true. Though I think another aspect that remains the same or similar in both of those stories is pain. Destruction, reformation, transformation. The sand that gets stuck in the oyster is
But change
painful.
is a normal thing for any mortal.
Yes. I'm not saying that change is a bad thing. I'm just saying that the sand that gets stuck in the oyster is an irritant. It is painful. It drags. It becomes bigger and bigger, more painful and irritating. And finally, that pain is transformed into something that is beautiful and that others see beauty in. And likewise, for a caterpillar to become a butterfly, it is destroyed in that chrysalis and reformed into something new and beautiful.
And people like killing things for their beauty. Just as I did the oyster.
Indeed. But it's not wrong to find beauty in the thing in the first place.
What if one doesn't like that word?
Beauty?
Beautiful.
What if?
What word would you use instead?
I suppose it would depend on what the word is being used to describe. Does this person not like it in any instance?
No. Just
How about
most.
lovely?
Mm.
He'll smirk. I'm particularly fond of that word.
He kind of shuffles his feet a little bit faster and just seems to be looking at the buildings. Away from Xander.
Well, I think we're almost here. I hope it's a lovely performance.
You just see him shaking his head even if he's not looking at you. I hope so too. What?
Nothing, I was just thinking right by the cod.
Oh. Dandy.
It's fascinating that the word revolution means to go in a circle, as if you were going back to the same point, but revolution also means to overthrow, to change, to begin anew, almost as if going back to that starting point isn't necessarily a regression, but a progression forward.
How very Owen.
No, I believe in that case there would be gaps and gashes and a chaotic storm that tears people apart, as it should, because it is a maelstrom.
Fucking idiot.
Your words, not mine.
Yes. Well, you're not going to use them.
No, I'd rather use lovely, though I don't think I would describe that storm in that way.
God's what happened. Fuck. You see Louie visibly look like he's beating himself up for saying gods in the plural.
Xander looks away like he's trying to avoid witnessing that moment.
Mm.
Shall we?
We shall.
After you, Captain.
Thank you, First Mate. I hope you have my back since you haven't cut my throat yet. And he'll walk forward.
Well, yes, I do.
Though, if you did, I would haunt you.
I would hope that you would.
You see kind of that stutter in a walk for a moment before he keeps walking. He does not turn back.
Okay, Xander will follow.
Mm-hmm. But he will realize that Xander has the tickets, and then slowly his pace kind of goes around to where he's more so next to Xander again, and he's pulling at his cuffs once more.
All right. So your group, you head closer into this place.
No, we're the party here.
The party here. Fine. So the party continues further on. As you step up, there is a crowd of people, by the way, in front of the building.
Oh, okay.
A great deal of the nobility of the town has turned out for this. This is apparently a show of society's strength. This is meant to be kind of a to flip one's nose up in the air and say, "We will not be cowed," or to thumb your nose at someone and be like, "We will. We refuse
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
I bite my thumb.
I do. Oh my.
Bite my thumb in your general direction.
Oh, thank you.
So, yes, this is meant to be kind of a societal rebuttal to the killings. And everyone who's everyone is out here today. As you arrive, you see a great deal of hubbub. Bubs that are being hubbed everywhere. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a perception check from the both of you.
Oh my god. I need to get my
Your
character
favorite.
sheet up. It is my favorite.
My least favorite.
Oh, come on. Perception is so lovely. It's the one that gets rolled
I
the
hate
most.
perception.
I love clicky clack. I like the noise. It making my brain happy.
Wow. Okay, so you both do not notice anything.
Oh no.
Yeah, what's new? What's
great,
new?
Great
High
job there,
five,
both of you.
besties.
Yep.
Yeah.
So as you're walking in, you just see a crowd of nobles everywhere. And then as you're walking, from behind you, you hear a voice. And the voice says, "I didn't know you liked operas too. That's nice."
Louie.
You recognize the voice. It's Isabella.
Yep. Louie, he looks like he just stands there frozen for way too long, and then he shifts and he kind of makes sure to stand shoulder to shoulder, not in height, to Xander.
You hear another voice as you turn. "Sister, you really shouldn't bother people, even if they are associates." And as you turn,
Hello.
you see that Isabella and Raphael are standing there. There are carriages lined up, and it looks like they just came from that area. They're walking in, and they're dressed to the nines, basically. They're dressed as fancy as they can, because they, as the eldest children, have to show up here and make a presence for their family.
Louie looks down at his clothes and starts tugging at his sleeves.
Ah, Sejunite fashion. That's very respectable. I didn't realize you had such a thing in your wardrobe.
I have a sponsor that tends to be friends with many people who is originally from Sejun and lives there from time to time.
Fascinating. You'll have to tell me of your sponsor someday. Are you attending the showing tonight then?
Yes, we are.
Oh, wonderful. Raphael looks to Isabella, and Isabella is sort of staring off into space. He looks back at the both of you. May I see what seats they gave you?
Of course. Xander's going to say, handing over his tickets.
He reaches forward and takes the tickets and looks at them. Oh, this won't do. No. I'm sorry. This will not do at all. Don't worry. Come with me. I'll take care of this. And
Thank you.
Raphael will walk all the way down toward the entrance of the building. Isabella, of course, will walk with the two of you. And it appeared that Isabella is just sort of looking at the moon, which is a very, very thin sliver tonight, by the way.
I'll take a look at it as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty moon. You notice there's like the light of the stars and the moon is enough that you can just barely make out like some moths flying around. And as you get closer to the building, you see Raphael walk up to one of the ticket takers, and he leans in, says some words to them. The ticket taker is kind of nodding, and he hands them the tickets that you have, like your two tickets. The ticket taker takes them, puts them away, looks through some things, and then will pull out some other tickets and hand them back to Raphael, who will take them, give the ticket taker a curt nod, turn around and walk back over to all of you. There. I refuse to have anyone in our association or employ sitting in the cheap seats, as it were. Here. And he hands them back to you.
Thank you.
You take a look at them, and these seats are listed as one second, I have to count numbers. Here we go. It is 1B8 and 1B9. Sorry, my apologies. 1B9, 1B10.
Okay.
1B9, 1B10 are the seat numbers on there. The ones you had before were much higher number, but basically what this is these are front row seats.
Do you normally go in the front row, or do you normally go in a balcony seat? Is this the type of...
Yes, our family actually has a box. It's part of... Well, it's a whole thing. It's not important. But we'll be viewing from above. I would have invited you there, but there are only 2 seats in the box, so I didn't want you to have to stand. I felt that would have been even more rude
No, it's
than
fine.
not inviting you at all. Or rather, sorry, not inviting you would have been less rude than inviting you and having you forced to stand the entire time, or even to have someone fetch you a stool, which would have been degrading. So anyway, I would prefer the 2 of you to have a front row seat on the floor, if that is acceptable to you.
Louie looks up at Xander.
I appreciate this. This is very thoughtful of you, Raphael.
Oh,
He'll look back to Louie.
Louie's watching Raphael like a hawk, not in a glaring sense, but it's just like he's analyzing him.
Well, I do hope you both enjoy the show. It should be a good one.
Thank
Have
you.
you seen it before?
And
It plays relatively often, yes.
I see.
Did you ever look at actually what the name of the show is tonight? Would you like to?
Yes.
Yes.
So the show is listed as Etole and Amore is the name of tonight's show.
Okay. 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 Woo!
So, yeah. So you're going to see a performance of Etole and Amore, which is a
Mhm.
fairly popular show in these parts. It's an old Burgos legend.
Yeah. Xander is, before we even begin to part ways with the two of them, he's going to look at Isabella and say, I hope this is not too forward, but last time we spoke, we discussed a certain something, and as I was traveling through the marketplace earlier, I saw a pair of gloves that I thought would look very well with your outfit.
Oh, that's kind of you. I should have to look for
And
gloves for you then.
only if you'd like,
Or
he'll say as he pulls out black gloves that have gold trim on them. They don't look like
or
they
maybe a
would be
hat.
particularly. A hat would be lovely. You know, I sculpted a fascinating bird with a hat not too long ago.
I've painted one of those before.
I would love to see one of your birds with hats.
You'll have to come by the house. I can show you a gallery. I think I have a few of those still up.
Lovely.
If I haven't painted
Perhaps
over
I
them
will
already.
bring something
Sometimes
for
I
you.
do get confused as to which canvases are still on display.
Hmm.
You have to forgive me. There's always more art to make, and sometimes I've even painted over other paintings with paintings of their own. Have you ever put two paintings side by side with each other and then painted over both of them to make an extra big painting?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Hmm.
I'm going to go see a show now.
Enjoy the
Enjoy.
show.
She just walks away. Raphael looks at her, looks back at the two of you. Well,
You
I
don't-
suppose that's me then. So, have a wonderful evening, and if you require anything, I'm at your disposal. And he'll give you both a little bow,
Thank you.
Xander will return it.
and he will walk away into the building, leaving you with 2 front row tickets.
Huh.
Hopper, for your thoughts.
Louie holds out his hand.
He'll place a gold piece. I thought you said that you didn't want me giving you my money anymore. Tricky, tricky.
Louie just holds it back out to Xander. Like,
Is this a raise? Because I don't know if it counts if I gave you the gold piece to begin with.
Louis looks at the gold piece and then he uses his right hand with 2 fingers and starts swirling in front of it, and the coin starts to frost over, and from it, growing or blooming, comes out a flower. And then he holds it out to Xander.
He will take it very gently in his hand.
It doesn't last very long, but soon it'll melt back to a coin.
He'll observe it.
I don't really know how to give many raises since you are the first of my employees. But is that the sort of raise you want, or is that this something else?
Well, if you would like to lift me up like Valentino lifted those heavy weights at the carnival. I suppose that would be appropriate since I did not specify what sort of raise I was referring to.
I can only lift one's spirits, I'm sorry.
Oh, you intend to elevate me to a position high in the sky?
Emotionally.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate. If the killer comes for me next, I was hoping that you might raise my spirits and make sure that I come back.
You think they'll come after you?
I don't necessarily think that they will,
Unless
though,
you're noble. And he winks.
or a girl.
True.
Though I am girly, so they might just confuse me. It is quite dark at night with all this hair and jewelry. He'll smile.
Yeah. Well, I was very jealous of your physique, though.
Thank you. I think. Or I'm sorry.
Oh, no, do not apologize.
Understood.
About that, I should say.
I see.
I just... I wish I could be taller and more... And he just starts gesturing towards Xander. Maybe not that much, but maybe a little.
Well, I suppose I could give you some tips, perhaps, or we could do some training or something in the mornings and evenings. Practice chasing behind killers and such.
Well, if you think it'll make me look more chiseled.
Rugged. Good choice of word. I don't think it could hurt, he's going to say as he looks to the tickets and starts walking in the direction of those seats.
Yeah, Louie will follow. I mean, many things hurt, technically.
That is true.
I mean, if you stop feeling pain, sometimes that's a little concerning, but most things in life are painful but also nice. Just as you spoke on change, you know?
It's true.
Well, so the crowds are beginning to be let into the building. Tickets are being taken. There is a massive foyer in the front of the building where there are a few bars set up for the rich and elite to get cocktails and things before the show. And the seats are available to be sat in if you guys would like to be seated.
Louie
Yes.
stares at the drinks while we're passing by.
Mm-hmm. All right, you head to the entrance to the actual opera room, and as you enter the hall, a ticket taker will take your tickets and show you to your seats. All right. So, this is section A, B, C, and D. You are in section B, row 1, seats 9 and 10, and they're numbered left to right. So 9 and 10 are the final seats on that row.
Oh,
So they have you front and center.
wow. That's more than I... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Are you all right, Louie?
Yes. No. Unsure.
Would you care to elaborate?
I just situations like this, they're very lovely, but I am not really used to being front and center in situations like this. Normally, we're a little more tucked away and such.
Well, I imagine most people won't be looking at you for the majority of the performance.
That is good.
Unless you're planning on doing one of those interjecting in the middle of the performance once the actor flubs their line and
Oh, I'm not
performing
Valentino.
so beautifully. No, certainly not.
I know my place.
At the helm.
You see him smile. A very genuine smile with a bit of mischievousness mixed in. A good captain does not simply order people around, after all.
This is true. I was going to say as he looks around and takes in the scenery
Yes.
and
So-
the smell of the theater.
So speaking of the scenery, this is a massive room. The seats are done up in like a red velvet. They're incredibly comfortable. They are all arranged around in a massive semicircle looking at this humongous wooden stage. You do see a number of people around.
Louie's just pointing past Xander at Detlef. He'll actually just poke Xander's chin and move his head in that direction.
You immediately recognize the poof of Detlef's hair. Unmistakable. There is
Xander smiles.
There are multiple balconies and boxes around the edges of the room. If you crane around and look, you can definitely see the Dupree family. You can see where they have sat. But the most impressive thing in the room is actually the stage itself. It is a massive, beautiful stained wood stage. It has these enormous red curtains hanging off of it. But the columns supporting the stage itself are apparently made of gold or very, very polished bronze. And above the stage is a massive like brass or gold sculpture of two dragons, their horns interlocked. One of them is laughing and the other is crying. And as you get a sense of what's happening, there is in fact music begins to play. There is a orchestra or just a small ensemble here in this pit directly in front of you. You think if you spit hard enough, you could probably hit the conductor from here.
Why would I think
That's
such a thing?
That's a measurement distance. Don't you think that way?
No.
Sure.
Louie waves towards Detlef's direction.
Detlef doesn't seem to notice
Xander
you.
will as well. Oh.
Detlef doesn't seem to be looking in your direction. Detlef is watching the stage intently with a big smile on his face. And as you both sit there, the orchestra is warming up as the stage lights illuminate and the house lights begin to dim as the show is about to start. So my question to you is, shall we continue?
I'm fine to continue if you are.
I'm fine to continue if you are as well.
And Beardy,
Okay.
are you fine to continue?
I'm good to go.
Okay.
All right. So, out of the curtains in the center of the stage steps an actor wearing this rich, embroidered costume that looks like some great royal or noble of some kind. His head is bald. He has incredibly well-groomed facial hair, and he walks with a swagger of power and control as he walks to the center of the stage. He holds his arms out wide to his sides, and he says, "Welcome to the opera." I take you back on a journey into history itself, into the age of myth and legend, as tonight we are going to relive the story of Etele and Emre for your pleasure. And with that, he begins. The ancient myths state that elf and human populations lived in separate cities on the opposite sides of a mountain. These peoples and their cities never trusted the other or worked together. And he steps us to the stage left there, I believe. Stage, yeah, sorry, to the left of the stage is probably stage right. I think that's the way it would be said. And as he does, a number of other actors step out onto the stage as well. Many of them in relatively drab dress, but one standing among them wearing the clothes of a fine hunter, done up in green, like beautiful greens and browns. He strides out as the people around him begin to walk and talk about various things they've seen, about problems they've heard of and issues. And, well, Etele walks amongst them, looking to each one, but adding nothing to the conversation. And he looks to the east, places his hand over his eyes, and lets out a sigh. He turns back to his fellows, and he says, "But friends, what if there's something over there? Something wonderful? How would we ever know?" They say, "Etele, you fool. That is not our lands. That is the land of the elves." And that is where they begin their first song.
So they did not sing the words?
Not yet. We're getting to the song now.
Okay.
It's a play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I know. I said opera. It's a play.
Okay.
I'm not going to sing everything, okay?
Are you going to sing?
I'm going to try to not to sing that well, but I'll do my best. It's going to... I do not trust myself to sing, and I will save you and the audience a lot of headache meds and time.
Stop
and
being mean to yourself.
Never, not until I get proper singing lessons. So the people on stage begin walking in a circle around Etele, and they sing a song to him, which I will reproduce as best I can now. Get proper music here. Not sure what would go along with this very well.
The Sims music.
I can't use that.
I know.
First.
O Etele, heed our plea. Stay away from the elven Lee. Their lands are wild, their hearts unknown. Stay within your human home. Stay away, young Etele. Don't you stray. The elves' world is not our way. Danger wails in forests deep. In their lands your soul won't keep. The man who originally walked out and introduced the play, he joins the rest of the men on that side and says, "Don Fernando speaks with care of the dangers hidden there. Elven magic, strange and cold, in their lands no love will hold. They go back to the chorus. Stay away, young Etole, don't you stray. The elves' world is not our way. Danger waits in forests deep. In their lands your soul won't keep. Their lives are long. Our hearts are swift. Their love's a curse, not a gift. Stay with us where hearts are true. In our world made for you. So listen well and take our hand. Turn your back on elven land. Stay with those who know you best. In our village find your rest. Stay away, young Etole, don't you stray. The elves' world is not our way. Danger waits in forests deep. In their lands your soul won't keep. Oh, Etole, heed our plea. Stay away from the elven lee. Their lands are wild, their hearts unknown. Stay within your human home. End of song 1.
Louie
So,
makes faces at certain lines, though it does not seem like he notices that he's doing it.
oh, what kinds of faces? Like
Oh, I
cringe,
did them.
like
No,
like I
no,
can't.
no. I did them. I apologize.
I wasn't able to. I was reading my own lyrics. I
Oh,
wasn't
don't
able
you
to.
worry. Those
Okay.
who watch the video will see it.
Yeah, Xander will also make a particular face at certain lines, but it's a grin.
Yeah, I believe Louie rolled his eyes a couple of times and then smirked at a couple others.
So, as Etole, as the song finishes, he continues stepping to the east, kind of pushes the air back toward all those other people, thinking, "Oh, what do they know?" And he marches to the east, and all the other actors fade out to the west. And he travels this way, looks around, and will walk off the stage. On the east, a group of elves walk out. Chief amongst them is a beautiful woman with bright, white-looking hair. She looks out to the west as all the elves around her are singing these long, beautiful hymns, almost these long, slow, choral style of songs. It's peaceful and calm and slow. The main elf there, Emery, looks around. She looks to her friends. She stands next to some of them. She tries to hold the tune for a few seconds and then gets bored. And then she looks around and she walks between them all, staring at them. She'll wave a hand in front of their faces a few times or like snap a finger beside their head. And as it just seems that she doesn't quite fit in with her people, she continues walking around until eventually she says, "What do you all suppose is off to the west? Perhaps something new to explore? Adventure to be had?" And at that, the elves, one of them will open one of their eyes, as they'll have their eyes closed at that point. One of them will open an eye and look at her, and then close their eye, not respond. And she says, "But there could be a new people to meet. Something wonderful over there." And at that, an older elf will walk out and sort of examine the other elves and nod, walking behind each one and nod again, making sure that they're holding their notes just right and their stances just right. And then she'll walk over and look at Amory and say, "There is nothing to the west for you. That place is infested with humans." And Amory will say, "But what if they're not so bad?" To which the elf will take a deep breath as the orchestra swells and we begin our second song. Apologies if it's what's the term? Apologies if it is too similar to the previous one. There's a better way to put that, but my brain's not working so well right now.
Sure.
See, if I were like a proper lyrics writer, I feel like I would have probably like hybridized these two songs at the same time, so that it was like the human singing, and then the elf singing, the human singing, the elf singing, and they would kind of have these melodies that would work together. I feel like that's how I would do this if I was to do it like properly, but I did this in like an hour.
Okay, so check please, Campaign 2, the musical. We have a Kickstarter. I'm sorry. We don't.
So I did this in like an hour, so I'm not gonna
Be nice to yourself and
stress
just
too
do it.
Oh, Amory, heed our song. Humans' lives are short, not long. Their hearts burn bright, then fade away. With them, your love won't stay. Beware, young Amory, don't you stray. Humans' world will lead you astray. Their days are fleeting like the breeze. In their love, there is no peace. Aranel, that's the elder elf speaking. Aranel speaks with wisdom old of the dangers their hearts hold. Humans' passions fierce and brief bring only sorrow and grief. Beware, young Amory, don't you stray. Humans' world will lead you astray. Astray and stray. I hated that, and I'm so sorry, everyone. Anyway, their days are fleeting like the breeze. In their love there is no peace. But their lives are short, our hearts are deep. Their love's a dream, not for keep. Stay with us where love is true, in our woods meant for you. So listen well and take our hand. Turn your back on human land. Stay with those who know your heart. From their world, stay apart. Beware, young Amory, don't you stray. Humans' world will lead you astray. Their days are fleeting like the breeze. In their love there is no peace. Oh, Amory, heed our song. Human lives are short, not long. Their hearts burn bright, then fade away. With them, your love won't stay. And at that, she walks away from them, sighs. They move to the right, go back behind the curtain, and she walks to the west and heads behind the curtain. And one moment, as I get the right thing up here.
Louie seems to have been more affected by that last section.
Yeah.
Half the time he was covering his mouth. He shifted from one leg, crossed over the other to the other, back and forth several times. And once in a while he would close his eyes while listening, either in agreement or in pain, depending on the stanza.
Mm-hmm. Xander also seemed to react differently to this one, though he is still smiling. The smile seems different somehow, and there are a lot of times where he kind of raised his hand, his left hand, and just flexed his fingers and just looked at them.
So as the next scene begins, out of the west comes Italy, and out of the east comes Amory. And the two of them step forward, and they see each other for the first time, and they both stop, frozen in the moment. As when they see each other, it's almost as if in that very moment time itself ceased to move. And I will say the actors did an excellent job.
The moment where like the music ceases and they're just staring at each other, you can see Louie's chest heaving as he's looking on. He's almost sitting more forward. He almost looks excited.
In contrast, Xander is completely frozen.
By the way, I will take a perception check for something.
Okay.
I love this.
Louie, you don't notice this, but Xander, you do. It does appear that Amory is being played by Penelope.
Why is that bitch here? Everyone's a fucking liar! Why isn't she in Pentris? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
You can ask her after the show.
Louie doesn't know this. Louie doesn't know this. He's busy in the moment.
Yeah, Xander is frozen, and it wasn't because of that, but now he's extra frozen because of that. Okay. Damn.
Why is she here? Oh my god.
So the two of them stare at each other across the stage as the music sort of swells and then like stops, and there's this moment where you could swear you could hear a pin drop in the theater. So the scene unfolds. The two of them move closer to one another. They ask who the other is. This is the whole meeting scene. I'm not going to go into the exact dialogue of it. It's not that important. But they play through. They have the meeting scene. They are intrigued that the other one is from a whole different culture and they're totally alien to one another, but they both seem to have the same inner spark of exploration and wanting something different and wanting something new and just generally kind of not wanting to just fit in with their current society. So they both definitely seem to have a kindred sort of spirit. The play goes on, and the next couple of scenes I'll just sort of summarize because they're not super important to go over. There's no major songs in them. But what's going to happen is Etele goes back to his people after meeting Amory, and he talks about how amazing the elves are, how wonderful this particular elf he met is, and how she is more beautiful than anything he's ever seen, and how he feels like he needs to spend every waking second by her side or he could die. He tells this to all the humans back in his village, and Don Fernando gives him this whole dressing down about how he's a fool and he needs to live here amongst the humans, and that the elves are all going to just trick him and steal away his life, and they can't be trusted, and that they're bad, basically. It's the elves bad. And Etele refuses to believe it. So that's that scene. So there's a whole argument there. The next scene is very much the mirror of that. Amory goes back to the elves, tells them that she met a human that seems amazing, and they're all like, humans are dirt. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, they're disgusting. They live and die in the blink of an eye. Like, why are you wasting your time on this? Like, they're not worth your time. They're not worth anything. To which the elven leader, Aranel, is basically the one kind of leading that whole charge. The next scene after that is the two of them go back and they see each other again, and they both talk about how they want to be together. They don't understand why no one seems to care for them, that sort of thing, or care for the other side. And they go off into the woods. So there's the swelling of the music and all that, but they go in the woods and they fade out as they want to try to prove to the world that love can exist like this. The scene after that we will do, because that one's a little more interesting. So Don Fernando comes out onto the stage, and he looks around. He kind of has this grim but yet determined look on his face. He scans the horizon and he keeps heading to the east. And then out of the east, Aranel the elf walks out, and she scans across looking for something, and she heads to the west. And the two of them see each other, and they have kind of a moment that is almost mirrors the moment that the other two had, except instead of one of beauty and love, they both have this look of disgust at the other. It's like, ugh, human, and ugh, elf. And they look at each other, and the Don Fernando will say, I received your letter, and I think you're right. And then the orchestra will swell as we begin the next song. Don Fernando begins. In shadows deep and whispers cold, a tale of love so brazen, bold, a union cursed, not meant to be. Their love will bring calamity. Aranel says the next verse. From elven grace to human greed, this love's blight, a growing weed. To save our lands, we must prevent this union that the heavens resent. Don Fernando. With mortal lives so short and fleeting, their love's folly self-defeating. Our realms must stay divided, true, or face the doom that will ensue. Aranel. The stars above, they weep and sigh, for such a love they must deny. In our hearts we hold the key to end this love for unity. Then they sing together. In darkness we conspire as one to sever bonds that have begun. A tale of woe, a fate so grim. Their love must fail, their light must dim. Don Fernando continues. Etele, my child, keep... as this happens, apologies, the other actors are kind of coming up onto stage, including the leads as well, so... Let me let me shuffle people around here. Never written a play before. This is a new one for me. So yeah, the actors pop back out on the stage, and they move in and are part of this number. And then, okay, here we go. So, Don Fernando's part. Etele, my child, you must forsake this path of love for your own sake. The human heart, so frail and weak, cannot endure the pain we seek. Aranel. Amore, dear, your heart deceives. In human love your fate it weaves. Turn away from sorrow's song, for in this love you don't belong. And then together we shall stand opposed to end the love that fate imposed. In shadows deep we'll make our stand to save our homes, to guard our land. Don Fernando. Their love's a spark that could ignite a firestorm of endless plight. We'll quench this flame, extinguish hope. To save our world, we'll interlope. Aranel says, with ancient wisdom, elven lore, we'll close the gate, we'll bar the door. Their love will wither, fade to dust. In our resolve, we place our trust. And then finally, together they sing, in darkness we conspire as one to sever bonds that have begun. A tale of woe, a fate so grim. Their love must fail, their light must dim. And the villain song ends. Everyone needs a good villain song.
Louie,
So,
during this point, has been shifting a lot more than any of the other ones. There's a lot of times where he looks amused at the idea of pissing off heaven. He shifts his hand over his mouth a lot and mostly looks irritated. And then near the end, he is rubbing his palms together. His legs are moving where his feet go from their toes to their heels in both order. He does not seem to be sitting still anymore.
Xander is sitting in some ways similarly to how he was sitting for the previous song, but in some ways the exact opposite of that as well. He is still silent, still unmoving, but it seems like his entire body is tensed, like every single muscle at the same time, and he is just staring at the stage, unblinking, just taking in the entire performance silently, but with an intensity that wasn't there necessarily for the previous performance.
So throughout that song, like, there were moments where Etele and Amory were like getting closer to each other, and they reached their hands out, but then the other actors would kind of come in and like sort of walk them away, or like pull them away, or just like sort of sweep them up in a dance, and they would be constantly trying to like make physical contact, but they weren't able to. So anyway, that number finishes, and it actually finishes with a bit of a flourish, because as the two villains like unite and say that we are going to stop this love, something's going to actually get released from the ceiling. This kind of, I guess it's more like a trap door, opens up, and this massive cloud of flower petals are going to drop from the ceiling, and they do a bit of like scene trickery, because as soon as that pile of rose petals, or like just flower petals, hits the ground, in that moment, there's now someone standing there that wasn't there before. And what you see is an actress appears there in the middle of the stage, and she's wearing like this incredibly elaborate gown that sort of flows off behind her, and there's like this swelling of music, and it's very clear that this is meant to be the physical incarnation of Prenia, the goddess of love.
Louie's face, like, although amused for, like, or very intensely paying attention to this, you see him, instead of, like, being forward, his back just goes back in the seat, and he is neutral.
Ah! God hater McGodface. Okay, I gotcha. So Prenia appears, and as soon as she does, she like looks to the left and looks to the right, and then she looks at Etele and Amaray, and she smiles. And she kind of gestures for her, like she gestures her arms like to each of them, and like gestures them to come together. And they move together like tentatively, but not quite reaching each other yet. And then she sings her song, which goes a little something like this. Love transcends the bounds of time. Sorry, bounds. Love transcends the bounds of time. In heart so pure, a love divine. Etele and Amaray, your love is true. A blessing I bestow to you. By my grace, a child you'll bear. A union blessed beyond compare. Estrella, the light of both worlds' embrace. Born of love in sacred grace. Your love defies the heavens' decree, and so my blessing flows from me. Through trials and tears you've held fast, now your love shall ever last. By my grace a child you'll bear, a union blessed beyond compare, Estrella the light of both worlds embrace, born of love, a sacred grace. To those who spoke against this love, know the wrath of heavens above. Don Fernando and Aranel, mute you'll be, for hearts that fell. For love is sacred, pure, and just. In its power you must trust. Etele and Amaray, your love so bright, will guide the way in darkest night. By my grace, a child you'll bear, a union blessed beyond compare. Estrella, the light of both worlds embrace, born of love in sacred grace. So rise, my children, in love's pure light. Together, strong through day and night. Your love, a beacon, shines so true. A gift from me, Prenia, to you. And that song ends. And as that song ends, there's another one of those little bits of trickery where some flower petals are going to fall from the ceiling again. And this time, when it finishes, the actress of Amory is now holding a little baby half-elf baby. And with that, like the audience is kind of like is clapping a whole bunch. Everybody's very happy, and then the actors sort of withdraw back, and all the other people leave. It's just basically it's Prenia, Estrella, Emery, and Etele on the stage. Emery and Etele, and Emery, of course, holding Estrella, they bow to the audience, and then they go back behind the final curtain there in the back, and Prenia steps forward, and she is going to sing one final song. In a time of dawns and dreams, where sun and moonlight kissed the streams, where bloomed a love both pure and rare between Etele and Amaray. O Etele, my love so bright, bound by fate, by day and night, with a heart that beats for you alone in a world where time is overthrown. She, an elf of ageless grace, with beauty time could not erase, he, a mortal, strong and true, their hearts as one, a love that grew. O Amore, my endless light, together we embraced the night, yet shadows of the years to come turned our joy to silent, somber hum. Seasons turned as swift as sighs beneath their ever-changing skies. Her youth eternal, his begun to fade, in the twilight where their dreams were laid. Beneath the stars they made their vow, yet sorrow etched upon each brow. For he would age and she would stay, a bitter-sweet, eternal day. O Etele, my love so bright, bound by fate by day and night, with a heart that beats for you alone in a world where time is overthrown. And as his hair turned silver gray, she wept to see him slip away. For love that blooms and cannot die, yet time itself would not deny. O Amore, my endless night, together we embraced the night, yet shadows of the years to come turned our joy to silent, somber hum. In memories their love remains, a whisper in the summer rains. For hearts that beat in sync once more, in realms where time can't keep the score. O Etele, my love so bright, bound by fate by day and night, with a heart that beats for you alone, in a world where time is overthrown. O Amore, my endless light, in dreams we soar, beyond the night, for love endures. Though bodies fade, in eternal bonds our hearts have stayed. And she bows as everyone claps, as the show ends.
Louie, just out of courtesy, is clapping. If the audience stands up, he will do so.
Didn't enjoy the show, okay.
He has weird feelings, okay? A lot of times during that song specifically, though, he looked over to Xander.
Xander has been crying the entire song. Just silently. There are just tears streaming down his face.
If he was crying, then Louie hesitantly would have taken his hand and just given it a gentle squeeze and just stayed like that.
Yeah, I believe that Xander probably doesn't clap at the end either. He's just still just in the moment.
Louie,
that the house lights come up and the stage lights go down, and people are free to get up out of their seats.
Xander will, after a couple of seconds, take in a breath like he hasn't been breathing for like the past 3 songs. And then all at once, the tears will just stop. And he'll wipe his eyes.
Louie will remove his hand then.
He'll turn to Louie and give him a smile.
Louie is just watching him. Not judging in any way, not even curious, just waiting.
Thank you, Louie. Is something the matter?
No.
Did you enjoy the show?
Yes and no.
Understandable.
Did you?
Yes, it was very fascinating.
What did it mean to you?
I suppose everything is not a satisfying answer.
But everything is a lot.
And so very little at the same time.
He does his half shrug.
like grains of sand on a beach, slipping from your fingers.
And some stay. He kind of turns his face from Xander's to look out at the empty stage. Oddly enough, though it may have been too much to ask for, I do wish we had a box seat.
I don't think it would have been too much to ask for, though if we had a box seat, I probably wouldn't have recognized Penelope.
What? What? Louie's head just kind of whips back and forth, confused.
And she was our beautiful lead.
What the hell is she doing here? I thought she was going to Pentress.
So it seemed.
Liars and liars and liars. At least be better at it.
Or perhaps something else.
True. We don't know the full story. And he rolls his shoulders back, sits up a little bit straighter, kind of does that self-soothing gestures to himself to get him back to his normal headspace. Was it a good cry?
What do you mean?
Well, sometimes crying is painful.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, sometimes crying can feel like a release to some people, relieving. Sometimes it can feel as though your body is seizing and trying to destroy itself. I was curious
I see.
if it was good.
If what was good, Louie?
You crying.
He points to himself. Me?
You were crying. I took your hand to comfort you.
Oh, I see. I suppose I was engrossed in the performance and I didn't notice.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I suppose I noticed your hand.
But not your tears.
No.
Are you normally in a state of being away?
I suppose you would have to define that term for me.
Do you remember at the circus during the section? I went away for a little bit. Is your normal being in a state similar to that?
I feel like it is likely different.
Okay, good.
I suppose it was more that I was out there, he says, gesturing towards the stage, rather than here.
I see. I look forward to understanding completely one day.
That would be nice. Shall we see what Detlef thought of the show?
If you would like.
Or perhaps you would like to talk to him?
No, I don't need to.
Alright, if you don't want to.
He does not need to dote on me outside of hours.
I just thought he might want to see his friend.
We can try. And Louie will stand up and then hold out his hand to Xander.
Xander will reach out for Louie's hand.
And Louie will help him up. Kind of mirroring the previous night with helping him up after they had spoken in Louie's room. And Louie's just going to look towards Detlef, watching him walk away, and just quietly say, Detlef? Just to see.
You say Detlef's name, and he'll stop and turn around, sort of scan the area, and he sees Xander and Louie. As he does, his expression, which was one of like curiosity, suddenly blooms into one of happiness, and he's gonna walk over. Well, hello there. How you both doing? Did you enjoy the show?
In some aspects.
I didn't take you for opera goers, at least not too much. It's a bit of a expensive seats, these ones.
Thankfully, we seem to have friends in high places lately.
No, that's good.
Yep.
I enjoyed it quite a bit more than I expected to.
Really?
Yes, apparently I cried.
Oh. And what about you?
I was angry for a lot of it.
Me too. Do you know how much they got wrong?
Tell me.
It's like they didn't even read the source material. They changed the whole first act. Adelaide didn't even get the leg injury. I mean, how do you tell the story of Adelaide and Amaray without the leg injury? I mean, it's like they've never even read a book before.
I know.
I'm going to go write a strongly worded letter to publish about my thoughts about this.
Incredible.
I look forward to reading it, Detlef.
Well, all right. Well, I hope you two have a wonderful rest of your evening.
You as
Goodbye.
well. Say hi to Junior for me.
Well, of course.
Louie
And
just
he's
stares
going
at
to reach
Xander.
He's going to reach into his vest pocket, and he is going to pull out a now fired, like a now painted and fired Junior. He pulls it out of his pocket and says, "Hello, Junior." And then he like mock whistles back at himself, like it's talking to him, and he puts it back in his vest pocket. And then he turns and walks away.
That a bird with a hat?
Yes, I apparently made it for him.
All right. Apparently?
Well, we were playing a game. I suppose the rules were a little bit different because his eyes were open, but mine were closed.
No one
And
plays by the
eyes.
same rule in the game.
Yes, of course. And so, though I suppose I made the rules for this game, and when I opened my eyes, what I had made was apparently a bird with a hat, which is the last thing that I
Kinda.
expected to make.
Looked like a peanut.
I suppose so.
Louie's watching Xander.
He's staring at the stage.
Do you want to go there?
Hmm?
Do you want to be on stage?
What a fascinating question. In what sense?
What sense would you want to?
I think that I'm fine just being in the audience.
Hmm. Me too. And it looks like Louie's debating on some stuff. Did
Dude,
What did you want to be when you were little?
I can't say.
Hmm. And Louie, though kind of disinterested for a moment in that response, seems to smile while thinking it through. Okay.
Xander smiles a little bit too. What about you, Louie?
That is hard to answer without sounding like a fool.
Well, you'll probably just sound like Louie to me, so
I don't know if there was... It's sort of a multitude, a very minor multitude, but
not to be confused with the major multitude. Yes.
Mm.
Okay.
some sort of life as a boater of some kind, but also I wanted to be like my sister growing up.
I can imagine that.
He shrugs.
It's very sweet.
Well, I think it was a big dream that was unobtainable. Or perhaps rather, I did, but not in the way that I wanted to.
I suppose that is something that happens sometimes with dreams. They come true in unexpected and undesired ways. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I think it... I don't know. You see him almost cringe at himself. No, I'd never know the right response to that.
I don't know that there is one.
What part would you play in the play? Operetta.
He thinks about it for a brief second and he smiles. And he is going to say, it's difficult because I feel like I could play several of the parts, but none of them would be quite right. I suppose I would be the stage.
And Louie's eyes kind of go from the top ceiling down to the columns to the front of the stage. You can see his eyes sweeping around the whole thing. And he's just nodding. I can see it.
What about yourself?
I think I would be the words.
That's a good one too. I could see that as well.
I do not fit. Exactly. But the words, I would be them.
You would.
And Louie finally looks like he's ready to go.
Andrew will stand.
Louie will do the same.
All right. You stand up and make your way out of the now mostly deserted opera house room and make your way back out onto the streets of Luciana. It seems that the society nightlife is not quite exactly what they are hoping it is, because most nobles, after having, attended this, bite your thumb at danger, have no stomach for further socialization. As it is now, the wee hours of the morning, and they all get back in their carriages and rush home. So you find this place to be largely deserted by the time you get out.
Louis looks amused by them fleeing into the night, pretty much, in his opinion.
Are Isabella and Raph anywhere?
No, they've already departed as well.
What about the actors themselves? Have they come out?
If you wait around, they will. It only takes a matter of time. I mean, there's only so many ways out of the building, so eventually, if you're waiting on Penelope, I'm assuming. Okay. Well, in that case, you wait on Penelope, and eventually, you see the ravishingly beautiful elven woman with long purple hair and exquisite looks. She walks out and she says, "Oh, it was a good show. Bye. Bye." And she turns and she's walking with like a couple other actors, but it's unmistakably her. There's not that many violet-haired elves in this town.
Louis opens his mouth and closes his eyes in pain. Penelope, long time no see.
I'm sorry. I signed a bunch of autographs inside. If you come to another showing,
it's been a while since the crossing in.
Ooh. Oh, the nasty business with the murdery things?
Louis lifts a fake invisible hat.
Look, I don't know what you want with me, but I'm done signing autographs tonight, okay?
I'm just
Or are you just trying to say hi? Which I guess hi.
just trying to say hi. I'm surprised you didn't end up in Pentress like you said you were going to.
Yeah, well, the bridge washed out, and they wanted to charge me an exorbitant fee to cross with a ferry, and I wasn't about to do that, so I decided to try my luck back here. And it turns out, well, not every showing is closed. She gestures back at the opera house. So, kind of worked out. Aren't you supposed to be solving this thing or something? I read a flyer that said that you all were solving this.
Yes, we are indeed working on solving this. That's why we came here.
Well, how about you solve it so I can go back to doing day performances?
Well, we were here to make sure that the performance went as planned and there were no surprises.
Right. That's cool.
Between
Is
you and me, one of the most recent victims looked not too unlike yourself, madam.
right. So that's why I'm going to go home. Is there something
Mhm.
you wanted other than to just be weird?
Your address.
No. Bye. And she turns and walks away.
Excellent.
She catches up with her friends, and a group of actors walks off into the night.
She's kind of a bitch.
Your words, not mine.
Yes, well, you would never say such a thing.
Probably not.
And that's why I'm the captain. And he just stretches and starts walking in a random direction.
I suppose that is why you are the captain.
Amongst
Indeed.
other reasons, obviously.
Yes. Not least of which being that I have never actually been on a ship before.
Louie kind of stutters, but stops immediately after, like, the almost a trip. Never?
No.
Never, ever, ever?
I may have lied in my application for first mate ship. Matedom. Matehood.
Do you want to be on a ship?
Well, I would be a very bad first mate if I didn't want to be on a ship, I suppose.
What kind? Do you know?
I know of several kinds of ships, but I don't know firsthand what they're like, so I suppose we would have to try them all.
That might take a lot of time.
Indeed. Unless we rode them all at the same time.
Stacking all the ships on top of each other?
I was thinking more of a sort of bi-location, tri-location, be in multiple places at once and experience them all overlaid on each other.
I do not know if I have that ability.
Well, we will just have to learn it.
You see that kind of amused face of like, oh, that's not possible, to sort of a glimmer in his eyes in interest and curiosity. Peculiar.
I suppose so.
Well then, first mate. And he goes to like move his right arm in a pointed direction, and you just see him go as he flinches and moves his arm back onto his belt and then moves his left hand. Where are we going?
I believe you are the captain, so
But what direction are the winds pointing, first mate?
Xander is gonna lick his finger and then raise it up. What direction are the winds pointing?
In this area, I would say the winds are probably blowing from the southeast to the northwest.
They are blowing to the northwest, which coincidentally is the direction of our office and everything else.
And is there anywhere else you want to go before we
I
return?
suppose we could do a patrol of the area, see if we encounter Stavik and the Staviks. Stavik and the Ostraviks.
Oh,
Could be an interesting band name.
sounds like ostriches. It's a
When
strange
you cover
bird.
their faces, they go to sleep, become docile.
Like a horse. Or a bird.
Perhaps.
Oh, they're birds
With a hat.
technically. What sort of hat would an ostrich wear? A derby?
A bag.
A bag?
Yes, over its head to make it docile.
Oh. I'd feel bad about that, I think.
Likely.
There are blankets. They have the ability to get out of that, but I feel as though a bag would be too cruel.
I was imagining a thin one made of paper, just to make it think it was nighttime.
I see. Stavik and the ostriches. Then let's patrol.
Sure.
I would like you to ask me questions with the knowledge that I will ask them back at you.
Certainly. Can you explain to me the significance of the moth and the butterfly in the story?
In what context are you asking?
Yes.
Okay. They are... The butterfly is what the moth knows it truly is, or perhaps should be. But it is not. Yet it still says it's a butterfly. And being known that it is not is an unusual thing for it. That's why it was so surprised by the flame, who they thought was a star. Not that they were tricked, they just were never told. And in itself, the flame did say in the beginning that they couldn't say. It's a common thing, it seems.
Xander smiles at that.
But it is a hero. It's changed, become something better, something more than it thought it could even be.
That makes sense.
And what does it mean to you?
I suppose it means companionship. It means comfort. It means friendship. Moths and butterflies come from the same family.
They do.
They often have similar characteristics. Some are confused for others at times. Butterflies are associated with the day, moths are associated with the night, but it is moths that people think of when they imagine being drawn to the flame. And because of their association with day, even though they both represent change or transformation, butterflies tend to be associated with a positive sort of growth, and moths often are associated with more negative things. But is that not projection? Is that not more a representation of the fears of those ascribing said qualities to the moth, rather than a reflection of what the moth actually is itself? I suppose my question is, could the story have even been possible? Could the hero have become the hero if it wasn't a moth to begin with?
The hero wouldn't have had to have become a hero at all.
I suppose not. But I suppose, what would the world be like without the hero in it? I think it would be a much sadder place. A much more broken one. And so, even though the hero should never have had to become a hero in the first place, and though it brings me no joy to think about the pain that was required to become such, I think the world is better for having the hero in it. And for that, I suppose I'm glad.
Louie looks like he's going through a myriad of emotions all at once as his eyes look over Xander meticulously, listening to every word. Do you mean it?
Yes, I mean every word that I said just now.
Were you not such a literal person, I would say those are very pretty words. But maybe, in actuality, they are pretty.
They are not just words. I believe them with every fiber of my being.
What do you think of the hero?
I think the hero is a somewhat tragic figure, but the hero at the same time escapes clear categorization, clear definition. The hero is constantly defined by what he is not rather than by what he is. And at the end of the story, interestingly, the title of the hero is also, in a sense, a definition of what he is not rather than what he is. Hero itself is malleable. He is something else. Something that isn't fully described, something mutable, something beyond, something with limitless possibility.
If you were an actor in the story, who would you be?
If I were an actor in the story, or if I were a character in the story.
Same difference?
I don't know anymore.
But you did once upon a time?
Yes.
And what were you then?
I read a story once of a man who had a fantastical dream. As he slept, he dreamed that he was a butterfly, fluttering through the air, through the wind. The colors were vivid, the sky was bright. It was a wonderful dream. The feeling of flying and soaring through the sky, something so alien, and yet it felt just right. And then the dream ended, and he awoke. And during that dream, he had completely forgotten himself. It was lucid. For that span of time, however short it was, and he could not actually remember, for it was both an eternity and an instant. He thought he was the butterfly. But then he woke up and he came to his senses and realized he was not a butterfly, but he was a man. Dreaming he was a butterfly. But then he asked himself, am I a man who dreamed of being a butterfly and is now awake, or am I a butterfly dreaming that I'm a man?
What a thought-provoking story.
Indeed. Perhaps those are the same thing.
You think so?
They could be. I suppose. A sense of self is relative, mutable.
Perhaps.
Perhaps I'm every character in the story at the same time. Perhaps we all are.
I hope you're not the Adder.
Well, he will open his mouth and reveal his teeth. I certainly don't have the fangs for it. Or the eyes.
No. That is good. Your turn. Louie kind of bumps Xander slightly.
Xander looks at Louie.
He's looking forward, but he has a smile on his face.
What is your favorite idiom or proverb? You don't have to answer right away. This is a little niche and perhaps difficult if sprung on you all of a sudden. But
I suppose I haven't
we have
given
an
it much
entire-
thought.
we have an entire patrol, so you have time to think about it.
Oh.
No pressure.
Fascinating thing about that sentence. It will always do that.
That makes sense.
Why the question?
I suppose I was just thinking about language and how fascinating it is, how multifaceted, how mutable, much like a hero. Moth, flame, butterfly, something else. I'm thinking about the way that words or combination of words and ideas transcend language and often cultures, and yet somehow places distant to each other with very little communication sometimes give birth to similar ideas. Are those ideas universal, baked into our essence? How are they transferred? How are they communicated? It's fascinating. Even if you take the same idiom or expression and you look at it and the equivalents in other countries, it's fascinating to see the similarities and differences that
Like
might appear.
constellations.
Like constellations. Precisely.
Hmm.
So, yes, I would certainly like to hear yours if you can think of one, and I have a couple of Bergie's ones that
Hmm.
I think you might find amusing, perhaps.
The floor. No. You are the stage.
He smiles and then looks off into the distance and seems to lapse into silence for a while, just staring off. There's no response from him.
Oh, okay. Louie is just patiently waiting as he is walking.
Minutes will pass.
Louis looks at Xander and just pokes his arm.
He'll turn to Louie.
Were there none
Were there none what?
that you were going to tell me?
Oh. I was just... I am considering the immortality of the crab. And he says specifically, estoy pensando en la inmortalidad del cangrejo, which is a Bergese idiom, which translates literally to thinking of the immortality of the crab, which refers to daydreaming. Generally, in Burgos, sometimes when people lapse into a daydream or seem to be out of it, others will reach out and ask, are you thinking of the immortality of the crab? It's a way to reference that one was not daydreaming necessarily, thinking of frivolous thoughts, but considering things of some importance. There was a poem I read once, one of the first that I remember, about the subject of the immortality of the crab. I think it started, of all the immortalities that exist, I believe in only yours, my friend the crab. Ephemeral creature of flesh, the brief tenet in this mortal carapace. The joke is that the crabs are not immortal. They are strong with their shell and yet very vulnerable to us. We eat them, and we eat a lot of them. And yet, they continue to grow, and they continue to come, they continue to spill forth on the beach. And even though each one is ephemeral, the crab itself is immortal, even if each individual is not. So it's interesting. Sometimes I do consider the immortality of the crab, both literally and figuratively.
I see. You have thought this out quite well, it seems.
Well, when you stare off into space as much as I do, you have plenty of time to ponder such immortality, I suppose.
I suppose so. Are you looking for something?
No, not in particular. Well, I suppose that depends on what you mean by looking for. Yes, I am looking for something in the sense of I have a particular goal that I am looking to achieve. But if you mean, am I looking for something when I am looking off into the distance? Not particularly.
Hmm.
I suppose my gaze just does that.
He shrugs.
Besides, most things find their way to me anyways. There's often not very much need to look.
Hmm. I wonder if that is lucky or not.
Hmm. Well, then you must be very lucky.
Oh.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it. You chastised the others earlier.
What do you mean?
There's another Fergie saying. To have bad milk. Tener mala leche. Means to have bad luck. And so, if one enjoys milk, though not as much as they enjoy tea, I would have to assume that they must then have quite a lot of luck. Though I
Hmm.
understand yours is supposedly only for others.
Huh. He smiles and nods. I do not think the sort of idioms I have are as descriptive as yours.
I am curious nonetheless, and the fun thing about idioms is that they never end. There are always new ones being invented and reinvented, translated, retranslated, so
Perhaps I look too far into words, as I feel as though with the ones that I think of, I think I add my own meaning to them. I do not think that is how they are normally intended.
well, what is an idiom except a way to convey meaning? So perhaps your idiom is just an alternate version that not enough people have encountered yet. So I suppose you have to travel far and wide using your Louisisms until they become accepted.
To have stars in one's eyes. I like the idea of hope and excitement to be seen in someone. Many a times people say that the eyes are windows to the soul, and perhaps that's true, but they are also reflections and pools and mirrors and a little bit of everything. If one has stars in their eyes, perhaps there are constellations and stories. Perhaps there's a wish in them.
Perhaps. Would you like me to see if there are constellations in your eyes, Louis?
I don't know. How does that work?
Well, you said that The eyes are a window to the soul, but also reflections, so perhaps I could take a look.
If you want to do that, I have a couple of requests.
Sure. What are your requests?
One,
One.
I do not wish to be below you.
Understood.
Physically.
Yes.
Okay. Two,
Two.
I would like you to cast your healing magic on me and allow me to examine it.
Okay.
That is it.
As I'm doing it, or...
As you are using your magic, yes, I would like to examine it. But I want to do that first before I allow you to do this.
Okay. I don't know that I actually have any of the healing magic prepared right now, but I could do it in the morning.
All right.
I could look then as well.
Okay. I just want to be sure of something.
All right.
He nods. Do you distrust people often?
Define distrust.
Not believe exactly what they are saying?
I wouldn't say that I'm in the habit of not believing what people are saying. I think that people often believe what they're saying, oftentimes even when they're lying. So I believe that there's some truth to what people are saying, even when they are speaking lies.
I see.
So I would say that I'm more in the habit of believing people than not believing them. Though belief comes in many shades.
I suppose it does. When we met Spider, I was able to figure out the magical drugs at the time. Correct?
Yes.
You cast Identify after. Correct?
Correct.
Do you not often take people's words and believe them?
Yes.
Then why?
Cast Identify?
Mm-hmm.
Because these were drugs that were created using magic, and we were chasing a serial killer that hasn't been found yet, and I figured that an easy way to commit serial killings would be to implant some sort of magical additive to a known drug and have it be widely distributed at a much lower cost than normal, allowing for easy grabbing of victims.
I see. Well, maybe not for everyone else, but for my own sake, I just want to check.
I see.
He nods to himself. I apologize. It seems I have changed the air.
No, not particularly.
All right. Ask me something else.
If you had to reincarnate as a dessert, what dessert would you choose to reincarnate as?
Toffee?
Fascinating.
And you?
Flan.
Why is that?
Because it is malleable, delicious, delicate, and at times firm. It's very simple and yet has layers to it, complexities, a richness, and it is very, very, very difficult to make right and easily made wrong.
I see.
What about you?
Well, I see toffee as having good and bad to it. It is sweet, yet bitter, in a sense that it almost tastes burnt sometimes and yet just right, and sometimes it is too sweet, and it depends on your mood, really. And then it also gets stuck in your teeth and stays with you sometimes. But it smells good, and it makes you think of childhood. I would hope I could invoke a sense of comfort in people.
It seems that you do already.
He looks a little uncomfortable. Perhaps on their terms.
Perhaps.
And Louie looks around the streets for a moment. Shall we go back to the office?
Yes.
Okay. And Louie quietly heads there with Xander.
And with that, you all leave the area around the Houses of Laughter and make your way through the main market district, past the God's Home, and then up the border of East Town and Artist Row. You get to the edge of Ivy Park, where your happy little office sits. And you return to that office. The door is still closed, so it appears no one has tried to enter your home since you left. Or at least they closed the door behind them.
I think now would probably be a good stopping place before the second section of the Yes Please.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
For initiative.